Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk the pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt. Green light and they're off. On the track we have our first partner, Layered Premium Blend Genetics from premiumblendgenetics.com. Next up, it's Beck's Hybrids from beckshybrids.com. And here comes Showright from showright.com. Coming around, we have Brad Howe Ford from bhiford.com. And here comes First Farmers Bank and Trust from ffbt.com. And rounding out the racers,
Well, good afternoon, maybe, I don't know, right around lunchtime. We have our Brangus pair show here. Mr. Barton and ourselves, this is our maiden voyage on judging with somebody else, so we're feeling our way around that, and I think it's going to be a fun day. We opted to use the heifer that came in the ring second, or the cow, rather. We really liked the show ring presence, the show ring appeal of both the cow and Kef. And then on top of that, you have the longer-bodied, more elegant female through her front 1/3. She gets around, she travels, she's very functional and basic. Do we want to change her in her forerib and maybe her hip structure? Yes. And we do get that in our second place cow, but we like the added feature, the bigger bone, the bigger presence that comes with our class winner. Not to take anything away from a very good pair that's going to stand reserved today. You talk about bold and dense, awesome in her forerib, incredible in her hind leg and hip structure, one that's raising a good Kef just like the one beside her. However, we find this one just a little straighter through her front 1/3 there in her shoulder, a little plainer about her head and neck in relation to the one that wins this particular lineup. Two very nice females that we appreciate a great deal. Thank y'all for bringing them to us. Congratulations.
Conclude our pair show. Your champion Black Brangus pair exhibited by Champions Valley of Schulenburg, Texas. Reserve champion went to K&L Brangus of Floresville, Texas.
Our Red Brangus pair show, we've got two very nice representatives of this breed. We're going to go ahead and start the young ladies pair out front. They came in first. We're going to keep those out front. Really awesome pair. That calf says a lot for what this cow's going to do in the future. When we start looking at these things, when we put them in production, start getting progeny out of them, that is a tremendous heifer calf. We like her a lot. But that's only 50% of what's going on. The cow right there, she's burly, she's soft, she's soggy, she gets around the ring good. Very high quality one. Then we've got a pair right out here that's going to be reserved today. The cow's extended, she's attractive, she's fluent on the move, and we set her in motion, and she's doing a really, really good job raising this first bull calf. Burly, stout, sound, very, very good red Brangus pair show. Thank you.
Calf pair exhibited by Broken A Ranch of Madisonville, Texas, with Miss MBJ Linda 236L, and reserve champion exhibited by Tyler Taneka of Columbus, Texas. We'll get started with your female show. We're going to welcome in Class 3 late spring heifer calves.
We have a really nice trio of heifers that I think sorts very nicely for us. This top pair, although they're opposite, we think quality is similar. The look, the presence, the stoutness of feature that our class winner gives us is what we're drawn to, is what we want. Now, when you look at the second place female, she is a little softer in her center body and kind of about her muscle pattern. She's maybe even a touch more athletic as you ask her to get out and go, but it's the size, their proportions, their performance, the balance, and the structural integrity that we find in this class-winning female. That's the quality look that we're after, and then she still has substance to go with it. Like we said, our second, she's soft, she's supple, she's athletic, she's dense and bold. She's a little off in her balance, maybe wants to run downhill a touch. We could give her a touch more bone if that's what you're after in relation to our class winner. I don't want to pick too much on a heifer that we both like a whole lot. It's just in the show ring, there's little nuances that get her beat in that particular pair. The heifer that comes in third is one that you have to appreciate her soundness, her width of center body, the muscle that she brings to us. She's moderate and easy fleshing. We just give up a little performance and balance in relation to the two that beat her today. Congratulations, we really like our class to start out our Brangus show.
Out of Class 3, first place, go to back number 3464. That's Villa's Miss Magnolia, 535 and 12, exhibited by MP Brangus of Waco, Texas. Second place was exhibited by Kara McKee of Tatum, Texas. And third place will go to Elijah and Sura. We're now going to welcome in Class 4. These are early spring heifer calves born March of 2025.
doing this show and coming to the Cattleman's Congress and getting to sort the Brangus. It's a little out of my league. It's not something I do every day, but I told everybody at home I was more than excited, and this is why. This thing's gonna get heated up. These heifers are gonna just continue to get higher and higher quality, I believe, and they are proving that so far. We get out here, we set these heifers into motion, we bring them in the ring, and this one that's out front just hit us both very hard. From the first step she took to the last step she's gonna take going out. There's so much feature and bone and extra in this female. She's up-headed, she's elegant about her front 1/3. She gets going, she's soft, she's squishy, she's swoopy from her chest floor back to her flank. There's just a lot of quality in there. She gives up some things to the 3 heifers that stand behind her in substance, chest floor, heart. She could be a little softer right there in her forerib. She gives that up. But I also think that heifer's not quite in as heavy as condition as a couple of these that stand right behind her. But a really, really high quality female to start. We really like that one. Then we get into this heifer that's second. We had a lot of back and forth between Colton and I think we will all day, but I think we both see this one for what she is. There's a lot of feature. She's up-headed, she's elegant, she's attractive. She's good enough on the move at the ground, but we both question this one in her spine and the way that doesn't quite allow her to use her hip quite correct enough for either one of us. But you got to decide where you're going to put this one because she's got all the extra feature of bone and look and power, but she's just a little funny right there in her spine for both of us to move up any higher. We get into a pair of heifers that have a lot of back and forth, but we land on setting them this way because this young lady's heifer is the softer of the two. She's a little more complete when you put all the things together, a little better balanced. I like her front end structure just a little better. She's a little higher tying. She's a little more attractive right there. I like the way she uses her hind leg just a little bit better when you set them in motion. But we get into this heifer that's fourth. She's a bit softer and soggier in her makeup. She's very complete. She's very balanced. She just doesn't have quite the quality of look and just extra punch to move up any higher in this class. Get into another female. She's attractive. She's long-bodied. She's good on the move. She just doesn't have quite enough to her from her forerib to her flank, right there in the midrib. She's just a little bigger framed in this class, but a very attractive, very functional type of female. Just needs days. Get into a pair of them. They're stout, they're soggy, they're soft. There's a lot to these. They're going to make great cows when you put them into production, but they're two plainer made, more moderate, lower to the ground type females that just don't have the extra bells and whistles to go any higher in this class.
Of Class 4, first place will go to GKB Starstruck 924 N2, exhibited by GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas. Second place in that class, exhibited by Gentry Wellman of Brenham, Texas. Third place will go to Clevy Allen. Fourth place, exhibited by GKB Cattle. Fifth place will go to GKB Cattle. Sixth place, exhibited by Reagan Reeves. And seventh place to Parker Saffold. Now in the ring is Class 5. Back over the Beefmaster ring to start.
An interesting trio of heifers that we find in this class, and the captivating, striking, high-quality look female is the one that jumps up into first place. Whenever we get to analyzing this heifer, we would like to see her a little bit more within herself. Whenever you study her lower skeleton and structure in relation to how a little bit more flat she is up high, she's a little wider in between her knee and between her hock, and especially as she gets out and goes. But man, that silhouette, that design, just that overall look, presence and stoutness of feature that she has is impressive. The heifer that comes in second, we love her performance. We love her for how uniform she is. We like her for her soundness. She's just a touch more elevated in her growth pattern. She's a touch more plain when you study how she puts her feet and legs down, but that is a very just good functional female that we liked a good deal. And the heifer that comes in third is one that just gives up a little performance, but you have to appreciate her athleticism, soundness, body, and muscle that she brings. We just like to package it together a little differently to move her up in this particular class.
Brangus side. Very interesting pair of females. They've got a lot of give and take. When they first came in, I thought this was a closer pair, and then you start to evaluate these, and they kind of fall into their places. We want to start with this heifer out front because we think she's the most genuine. She's more pried apart underneath. I think when you get behind her, there's actually more to this one. They come in here, and you think that the young lady in the blue shirt's got the burlier, boxier, kind of stouter female, and she is bigger at the ground. She's got a lot of feature. We like all those things about her, but it's the genuine quality, the difference in quality that we see, the one we're going to start with. We like her better from forerib back to flank. She's a little more opened up in her chest floor, and I mean that in a good way. She's a wider constructed kind of female from the ground up that allows her to be the bigger, stouter, burlier one. She's wider back to her pins. There's just more to her when you step behind her. Elegant and feminine enough up front. That one to me hits me like she's going to just get better every day. She's a second year kind of female. That one's going to be pretty if they can keep this one put together when she comes back next year as a bred heifer. The longer you sit and study this one, for me, she falls apart just a little bit. She's narrower in her chest floor. She's a little more closed up underneath. Love the size of her foot, her bone, the way she gets going when you set her into motion. She's very fluent. She's very attractive, very comfortable. She's a bit heavier in condition today. I think that these folks have done an excellent job getting this one fed, brought here, ready for the show, and then presented to the nines. But for us, there's just a bit of quality difference in the two, and that's why we're going to land where we do today.
First place exhibited by Catherine Allen of Crockett, Texas. Second place go to Shelby Oglesby. We're now going to welcome in those first and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve junior heifer calves.
this division with y'all today, and we are very happy with the lineup that we have out here. We added a single entry that's the youngest female, and boy, she does hold her own. We think she's fancy. We think she's futuristic. We like her basic build. She comes to us with no flaws and extra quality, and we have to appreciate that. The type of female, whether she had one in her class or 31, you want to land on one like that. So she's definitely a female. We appreciate being out here in this particular lineup. We appreciate the heifer out of class 2 that wins that. We love her design. We love her stoutness of feature at the ground. She's one that is just so pretty in her profile. And then we go to class 3. In our mind, we have one that there. Is she the perfect animal? No. Does she light you up and make you want to never forget her? Absolutely. The one that comes out of class 4, she has that pattern, that design, that show ring presence that we're after. We give up some things structurally, I think, at the round when we study that one. And then when we get to our oldest female, we don't give up anything structurally. That one is structurally, her structural integrity is incredible. She's so comfortable, so dense and square and bold in the way that she's built. She could just stand there all day and you would think that nothing is wrong with her at all. A female that we appreciate a great deal. It's our honor to now give you your champion in reserve from this division. I don't think it comes to any surprise to any of y'all. If y'all have listened to us talk to them, that your champion heifer comes out of class 3. Congratulations. The second in that, the wow feature. She's one that is extreme in her look and her presence and just the quality. It doesn't take you 0.2 seconds to know that that one is a good animal. However, she comes to us in a few more pieces than we'd like. We feel like our second best option out here, the one that's the total package, is the oldest heifer. She's going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your junior heifer calf champion goes to GKB Starstruck 924N2, exhibited by GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas. Reserve champion, and congratulations to Catherine Allen of Crockett, Texas. That's ACCBG Glory Days 74N. We'll get started with your Red Brangus division. We're going to welcome in Class 1 late summer heifer calves.
Kick off the Red Brangus female show with a nice set of heifers. We're going to just sort this one pretty quick on just power, substance, extra feature, extra quality. The bigger scaled female, the pounds per day of age. I mean, this one, there's just more to her. She's softer, she's soggier. We could go on all day, but you can see the difference just like we can out here. But that's not to take away from the quality of the heifer in second. She's an elegant, good moving, attractive kind of female. She's just behind in this class today. Like to see that one just with a few more pounds and come back as a bred, and just some more substance and pounds.
Well, congratulations in the Brangus ring. Results out of Class 1 here in your red division. First place will go to Trio Senderos Nalani 225N, exhibited by Trio Cattle and Genetics of Maybank, Texas. Second place in that class will go to Tahoe Ranch of Waxahachie, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 3 late spring heifer calves.
We're going to leave this set just the way they came in. We have three very different type of females that we appreciate things about, especially the quality that the top two offer us. It's the design, it's the structural integrity, it's just the complete package that we get in our class winner. She's the more feminine option that's square in her build. She's deep-bodied. She's wide through the center part of her body. Very, very nice female. If she had any more foot and bone size to her, it wouldn't be much of a question, just because from there up, she's just so genuine and good in her build. The question mark for us is the one that's in second, because she has big features, she has big presence, she has pieces that can elevate and change. And so the value that is in this one is not the value of a second place female, but it's just getting that complete package to sit in here in the show ring and not pick apart the added length of body, the little bit pinched in her forerib, the little round shouldered maybe for a female. And I don't even want to go there in picking her apart, because I'd rather emphasize the things that excite us about the feature that she brings for the breed and the change that she can bring about. Very nice female, just a little bit PC, I guess, and discombobulated to move up any higher today. And the one that comes third, fleshing ability, moderation, if those are things that you're after, she's got it in spades. She's one that just gives up a little performance and balance today.
Here in the Brangus ring, results out of Class 4, first place exhibited by Bo Scasta of Maybank, Texas, with Trios Ed Bo Nor 702. Second place exhibited by Lydia Brown, and third place go to Tyler Taneka. Over in the Brahman ring, to get started, we brought in your first class, first place in our natural produce of Dam, exhibited by
sort and give and take in these 5 females. This is tough. This is tough because it's hard to find somewhere to land anywhere, 1st through 5th. There's just a lot of give and take. But we're going to go with this female out front that we think is just the most complete, the best balanced. She's got the most from forerib to flank. She's the softest, the soggiest, and in my opinion, as good on her feet and legs as anything in here. After that, we start to pick these things apart just a little more and a little more. The heifer in second, she's attractive. We really like her color. Really get drawn to that one from the side, the profile view. She's very feminine, very elegant, functional type female. But she dries up in her body just a little bit. She's the lower performing of this class, and we're just not quite confident in the way she sets her hind leg when set into motion. But a attractive, functional type of female. The one in third gives us as much head scratch as anything in this class. That's the high performing, the high weight per day of age, the stout, the rugged, the burly, all the ESTs that we can find in this class, but that one just doesn't set her foot to ground quite like we want to see. She's a little tight in her ankle. Maybe that's something you can take home, kick her out for a little while, let her see some grass. Maybe that one gets going a little better, but she's just not quite functional enough for us to move up any higher in this class. The heifer that comes next is very sound, soft-structured, soft-bodied. She just doesn't have the extra quality, the extra feature, the extra attractiveness to go any higher in this class today.
In the red division, first place, we'll go to back number 3510. That was GRC Miss Nobility 317N, exhibited by George Reynolds Jr. of Waxahachie, Texas. Second place in that class, we'll go to Trio Cattle and Genetics of Maybank, Texas. Third place, exhibited by Irons Creek Ranch of Brookshire, Texas. Fourth place, we'll go to 40 Brangus. And fifth place, exhibited by Lila Porter.
about as interesting of a class and different types and kinds as you can throw together in one class that we find here on our red Brangus side. The place that we land is the one that on the standstill. This one has the best size, proportions, depth of body, circumference of foot and bone. She's square in her build. Whenever you ask her to get out and go, she's a little stilty. I want to see her a touch more athletic and have more reach and comfort, but one that is still just, I think, excels the class in just sheer quality and stoutness of feature and the way that she's compositionally correct. The female that comes second for us is the one that's trying to escape over here. She is elite in her look. She's very elegant and long and feminine in her type and kind. If this one had any more reach off of her rear too and it would actually just reach out and cover, then we could talk about maybe justifying moving her up, because she does offer just some elite pieces in a feminine, long, elegant package. I love her as a breeding piece. She's just a little too choppy, a little unbalanced for us in this particular class to move her up against that heifer that wins. We really, really like your heifer, young lady, that sits here in third. She's very complete. She's moderate. She's easy fleshing. She's built how you want one built. She's square and she's dense and she's bold and she's wide bodied. She's just a little plainer in quality and just her size and circumference of foot and bone. The heifer that rounds out this class, she does have that stoutness of feature in terms of at the ground, and her foot and bone is big. She's bold and she's powerful, yet we just need her to be a little bit more ladylike in the way that she puts it all together, give us a touch more balance and look and performance there. Really interesting class.
Brangus ring, first place to go to Tahoe, Rumors True, 307N, exhibited by Tahoe Ranch of Waxahachie, Texas. Second place, exhibited by 40 Brangus of Chapel Hill, Texas. Third place, go to Trio Cattleman Genetics. And fourth place, exhibited by Haley Randolph. We're now going to bring in those first and seconds. We'll select the Champion Reserve Junior Heifer Calf.
Brangus division. I'll try to talk you through these things pretty quick and not get too detailed and take too much time, but there's a lot of good things to be said because it's a very nice lineup of heifers. From your first class to your last, this youngest heifer puts a lot of good things together. She's stout, she's soggy, she's still attractive, she moves good when we set her into motion. That one's a little off in her hip. She's got a little bit of chest floor. She runs downhill just a little bit, but we don't want to pick on her too hard. I think that's a very, very nice female down the road. Excuse me. Heifer out of your second class is a single entry. We haven't seen her before in this show until now, but this is a very high quality, very attractive kind of female. Big footed, big boned, really attractive in the way she uses her hind leg when she gets going. Really high quality heifer. One of those, I think Colton kind of touched on it earlier, like would have been a really nice class to have seen because that's kind of the thing you start to look for. You start to gravitate towards when they're just really complete and put together. They put a lot of nice features and pieces together in a very nice, complete, soft-made kind of package like that. In our third class, that's another single entry. We haven't seen her out here before. She gets planted. She gets her head up. That she really hits you. She's attractive. She's up-headed. Her neck ties high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's smooth there. Like a lot of things about that one from the side. We start to pick her apart pretty hard when she gets set into motion. She gets a little up in her loin. She's a little tight in her spine. She just doesn't function right there like we'd like to see one do when we get them out on the move. Fourth class, this is a really, really nice, complete, kind of big-bodied, functional, extra kind of female. She's got plenty of muscle. She's got plenty of mass. But from the side, she's a lady. She's up-headed. She's soft-bodied. She's really nice when we get her out on the move. Fifth class, this is a big-featured, bigger frame kind of heifer. Plenty of muscle. She's attractive. We like a lot of things about her. She's a little more closed up underneath. Not quite as extra in her pin set. Doesn't quite have some of the extra pieces that some of these in this lineup does. It's not to take away from her. She's high quality. This is a nice set of cattle. Then rounding out our last class in this division, this one's probably all the ESTs, the burliest, the softest, the stoutest. With that, she's a bit coarser. She's a bit plainer. She's a little lower in her chest floor. She's got a little extra dewlap than some. But that's a rugged, stout, burly kind of female. Gotta like that about her. Colton and I get together, we got some back and forth, but I think we do come together and find what we think is a logical place to land in this lineup, and that'll be your heifer out of the fourth class. She'll be your division champion. We'll get her second pulled in there. We talked about this heifer in class. She's got a lot of ESTs. She's stout, she's burly, she's big hipped, she's rugged from the ground up, and she moves just good enough for us, for all the extra things she puts together. But with that said, it's when you get her out here, you get her planted, she starts to fall apart just a little bit. All those extra pieces don't just come and balance and come in a smooth package, and we got to pick her apart for that. We're going to come down here and take the heifer out of the second class for reserve. We like that one a lot. Really, really high quality female and a great lineup of reds.
Your champion heifer calf out of the red division, exhibited by Bo Scasta with trios Ed Bo Nor. 702 reserve champion will go to Broken A Ranch of Madisonville, Texas, with MBJ Bar Lindsay's Nirvana 236 and 3. We're now going to welcome in Class 9. These are winter heifer calves born November to December of 2024.
We really like discussing this class because we have quality that stands all the way through. And I think in our top three, we have kind of the stuff that you come to the show and you're wanting to find, and it makes it fun whenever they're this good. The one that hits us the hardest is the one that wins this class. She not only excels in performance, but you just study structural integrity from the ground up, and you can't help but fall in love here. This one's proportion, size, balance, it all just checks the boxes. She's clean in her pattern, but she's good in her breed character. She's one that's athletic. It's so hard to get one that is that neat in her design, but yet nimble and athletic and has true, genuine width through the center part of her body. She does that very well, and we appreciate her for it. The heifer that comes in second, standing right there, you talk about a good one. She's moderate in her kind. She's very deep-bodied, yet she's still pretty and smooth in her transitions. She's square-built. You ask her to get out and go, and she's sound, but she just doesn't carry herself with like that elegance and that attractiveness that our class winner does. But she's so compositionally correct. She fits in that second hole for us just like a glove. The one that's in third is most like the heifer that's in second. We just think she falls out a little bit when you study her wheels, her foot shape, how she reaches out. That's where she falls in third in relation to the one right in front of her. The oddball heifer for us is the one in fourth, because there's things about this heifer, young man, we absolutely love. She is striking. She's elegant. She has that unique look and added length of body and femininity. She's one that just gives up so much performance and power with those ahead of her, but one I definitely love to own because she has some quality and look about her. And the heifer that rounds out this particular class is sound and functional. She just gives up power and balance for the class. Congratulations. Really enjoyed studying that one.
Out of class 9, first place exhibited by MP Brangus of Waco, Texas. Second place in that class will go to Lily Bandy of Okeechobee, Florida. Third place was exhibited by Tack Ferris. Fourth place went to Rodney Rhodes, and fifth place exhibited by Alexis Bandy.
a lot of sort out here in this class, but we think there's one that comes to the top pretty handily. Do we think she's perfect? No. But I think this one's got the most feature, the most extra, the most really wow factor that grabs a hold to you, and you just got to keep really evaluating this one, and you like her more and more. That heifer's a bit upright in her shoulder. She's a bit drier when you get back into her heart. But I'd like to see that one get out a little more freely when we set her into motion, but you cannot deny that it's the biggest footed, boned, extra kind of female that we have out here, and we find that her flaws just aren't big enough to beat her today. Then we get into some harder sort. There's some different ways you could go. You could put somebody else in here and they're probably going to sort this thing 100 different ways. The safe place for us to land is this heifer in second. There's just not really anything wrong with her. There may not be anything that stands out for you to say, well, that's just my favorite one, but she's got the least amount of flaws for us in this lineup. She is the biggest, she's also the oldest, so that's kind of a wash, but that's a very sound, functional, big-bodied, good-moving kind of female. We like that one very much, just not enough extra feature to move higher in this class. The one in third gets tough for us. She gives up a lot of body and a lot of mass and a lot of substance to the two that stand directly ahead of her. But it's her structural integrity, her feet and legs, what keeps her in third for us today. She moves enough better, she's higher enough quality in her look and design, her build and her balance compared to the heifers that stand behind her, so we set her. The heifer in fourth, body, substance, functional enough. There's a lot to this one. It was a big toss-up between between third and fourth, just on sheer mass, but we need to rebuild this heifer from the ground up. I don't quite love her foot structure. She doesn't get out just quite as soft as some of those that stand ahead of her. She's a little more upright off both ends of her structure. Maybe letting that one have some time off, kicking her out, getting her off feed, lets that one free up a little bit, but for us today, she's just not moving quite good enough. We get into a pair of heifers that are very similar in their type and kind. They're moderate, big-bodied, easy-fleshing kind of females. They're just not as up-headed, just not as elegant, just not as attractive to move up higher in this lineup for us today, and just not quite what we're looking for. And then round out the class with a female. She's high-performing, she's big-structured, she's powerful, there's a lot of substance. She's about 2 inches shorter necked, a little plainer fronted, a little lower slung, and just not quite as sexy on the way she's set into motion, the way she uses her hind leg. Thank you.
Only 2 classes for this division, but you can only pick 2 champions for a division, so it's fitting. I think we have 2 exceptional ones out here. We have 4 very good representatives, and we have 2 that we land on that I think in class and out here again in the drive just hit us extremely hard. Where we go is there is 2 of them that their quality stands here. And then there's 1 of them that we just can't hardly pick a hole in. Today, that's going to be your champion. It's going to be the younger heifer. Congratulations to you. We love the completeness of the heifer that followed her in class. That one is just so right in so many ways. Does she have the extras that the one right behind her has? No. But we just love the extra presence, extra quality, extra feature in the older heifer. She's going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your junior heifer calf champion in the Brangus ring. Congratulations. Going to back number 3523, exhibited by MP Brangus. That was MP Miss Stasha, 804M51. And reserve champion to come out of that second class, exhibited by Allie Timon of Brenham, Texas. We'll now welcome in class 9 to the Brangus ring.
Back on the red Brangus side, we get into a class. It's got a lot of give and take again. It's a difficult one if you want the truth, because there's just different shapes and sizes. There's different levels of quality. And then there's things that we read into and we have these cattle standing still that just gets thrown out the bus when we set them into motion. This one we're going to start with, though. We like this one the most. When we set her into motion, we see how elegantly she moves through the ring. Her feet and legs are the best. She's the highest quality from a structural perspective, the best built, the best balanced, still attractive, and there's still plenty of power, muscle, and dimension in this one to call her the highest quality, possibly the best cow down the road, maybe just the safest place to land. We like that heifer quite a bit, though. Second starts to give us some toss-up. This one's attractive, she's functional, she's sound. When we set her into motion, she doesn't do it quite just as grab you as the heifer that's going to win today. She just doesn't float through here quite like that one that wins does. Heifer in third makes it really difficult, because when that young lady gets her head up or down and gets that thing set, she just hits you. She's stout, she's powerful, she's burly, she's soft. That soft hair coat really gives you an attractive kind of look. But when we set her into motion right there, we really start to pick her apart. She's a little more restricted in her knees. She's not able to front quite as good. And then off her rear too, she ducks her pins just a little bit. We'd like to pick her up there and see her use her hind leg a little different. This heifer in fourth just gets thrown into a very difficult class, because for me, this is one of the higher quality structured individuals. She's fluent and soft on the move. She's very functional. She's a moderate, big-bodied kind of female that if that's the kind you like, that's the one you tie to. But for us today, she just gives up too much power and performance and stature to move up any higher.
As breeders in this show, I think y'all need to recognize how much we appreciated the last class. We talked about the fourth place in that class could have won most classes that came out here. And then we get a breath of fresh air because we have the best pieces of every one of those four heifers combined into one. This heifer's just so right in so many ways. I like her design, I like her size, I like her performance, the type of muscle she has, the feminine look and the show ring elegance she has. She's proportionally correct. Her feet and legs are awesome. We love that she showed up here today. That's a very nice female. The heifer that comes in second, she is fundamentally sound. She is long-bodied. She's long-sided. She has some symmetry about her. She just gives up that added look and power to the one ahead of her.
Here in the red Brangus ring, first place in Class 10, exhibited by Tahoe Ranch with Tahoe Miss Majestic 23M5. Second place in that class went to Sendero Brangus and Brayfords with Miss Sendero Melissa 101M.
4 really nice heifers, but we're going to talk about 2 very different kinds of class winners. I'm not going to get too far into this. Colton and I kind of have a way we see it. We land in the same spot. We agree. We like it a pretty certain way, but we're very confident in what we think. Heifer out of the first class, that's a very nice constructed, well-balanced, very functional type of female. There's not a lot of holes you can pick in her, but we find just a couple. I'd like to lay that one a little flatter and smoother right there at the point of her shoulder. I'd like to change her in that just a little bit, and I'd like to pick her up in her pins just a little bit. But with that said, she's a very complete, very smooth, very cowy kind of female that I like when we get done with the show ring and we put that one out to pasture. Then the heifer out of the second class just kind of hits you. You got to gravitate towards that one from the side. She might not have quite as much to her when you step in behind her, but from the side, that female is very elegant up front. We'd like to change her just a little bit right there at the crest of her neck and neaten that up a little bit, but she's up-headed. Her neck comes high out of the top side of her shoulder, works back into a big round rib cage, and I love her hip and hind leg. She's a little more picked up in her pin set, a little square from loin back out her tail head, and we just really like that one from the side. She paints a really good picture. Go back and forth on these things a little bit. Like I said, there's 2 different kinds, but we're going to go ahead and land on that second class. We like that heifer really good, and we're going to follow her up with the class 1 for reserve.
Well, congratulations. Now going to welcome in class 14 here in your summer yearling, summer heifer division.
We get back to our Black Brangus show, and man, we have one to start out the class that is just extremely unique individual. You talk about powerful, wide skeleton, bold, stout, all those things, yet smooth in her transitions, balanced in the way that you read her design, and then feminine about the feature of her head. All those things are extremely unique. Is she perfect? No. Is she very good? Yes, she is. The one that comes in second, that one is one that is very athletic. She's long-sided. She's very feminine. She's very just cowy in her feature. She doesn't have quite the volume and the power of the one ahead of her, but a very good cow prospect. Really nice pair. Congratulations to these 2 exhibitors.
Back on the Brangus side, we get out here in this next division. We're brought a single entry here for the first time, and we'll pick that one apart a little bit. That's a long-bodied, attractive kind of female. Her foot's big at the ground. She moves good enough when we set her into motion. There's some substance, some body, some mass, and good quality right there in that heifer. She could have stood to had some competition and been out here in a class. Move back here into the second class of this division, and boy, it's going to be hard to have a poker face on this one because that heifer just hits hard. She's going to go ahead and be your division champion. I'm going to tell you why. Because it's hard to put that much together, that much power, mass, and substance into one package, yet be so soft and smooth, not only about her forerib, but back into her flank, and be so cowy in her underline, yet elegant and attractive about her front end. We're going to pull that second out of that class in, look at those two for the reserve. Very, very nice one to start there.
Congratulations, your summer heifer champion over here in the Brangus ring, exhibited by Origins Ranch of Somerville, Texas. That's Origins Miss Hura 302M3.
Side for the reserve of this division, we bring out the second out of that class, and that's a big statured, big scale type of female. It's very functional, sound on her feet and legs, long bodied, extended at her front 1/3, very attractive in that aspect. We're going to go ahead and keep that class together, and a young lady will be your reserve in this division.
Well, congratulations, reserve in that division. Coming out of the same class, exhibited by Kendall Atkins of Haines City, Florida. That's champ Miss Longmire 767M. We'll now welcome in the two single entries to select a summer and reserve summer heifer champion.
We get to a division drive here on the Red Brangus side, and we have some females again that bring us absolutely opposite types and kinds. So what we decide here, if your breeding operation needs something else, I completely get it. Because in the younger heifer, we have one that she's all about being wide through the center part of her body. She's bold in her rib cage. She's bold in her muscle pattern. She's easy fleshing on top of that. But with that, we just give up some look and balance. We ask her to get out and go, and it's a little more of a waddle than a reach and a stride. But man, she is so smooth to be so stout as well. I just like a shot of balance and maybe a little bigger at the ground for one that's that big up high. And then we get one that's the little older heifer, and you back off of that one. Man, she designed, just gives you that silhouette and design that you dream of. We love her underline balance. We love how big her feet and her legs are. We love her structural stoutness and just her presence. She's one that is a little forward in her shoulder, and she gets just a little stilty when you ask her to go, but she still tracks out true and square. So you have some differences there. You have quality that is high in both of them. Each of these showmen should be proud of their stock. Our champion is going to be the older heifer, followed by the younger heifer for reserve.
Champion summer heifer over here in the Brangus ring, exhibited by Tahoe Ranch. That's Tahoe Miss Dreammaker 424M, and reserve champion of Goodvilla Ranch of Brookshire, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 17.
On the Brangus side, we're going to start with a female that just puts it all together for us. That's a stout-made, burly-bodied, bold-strung kind of female. She's powerful, and that starts at the ground with a great big square foot. We really, really like her at the ground, and when she's set in motion, she really puts it all together, and she just kind of glides through the ring. To get nitpicky on one that's very high quality, I'd like to just soften her ever so slightly right there in her heart, smooth her up in her shoulder just a little bit, and pick up her pin set just a touch, but that's getting really, really picky on a very, very nice female. One out here in second, she's attractive, she's elegant. That's a long-bodied, extended-fronted kind of female. She's good on the move, very sound-structured, but she just gives up too much power and performance to move up any higher in this class, and she's going to go second today.
Results out of Class 17. First place exhibited by Clevy Allen with CCC ACC Starburst 674 M14. Second place will go to Peyton Reeves of Livingston, Texas.
A really, really nice pair of females over here on the Brangus side, and ones that, even though they're very similar in quality, they are different in their type and kind. And, you know, where do you want to put your emphasis? What do you want in your program? And to be honest, they're both so useful. We just have to figure out how we're going to place them. The one that wins this class, she is the massive one. She's the one that is the most pulled apart. She is just high volume, heavier muscled, and she's still sound as she goes. She's one that isn't the most ladylike about the feature of her head or how her shoulder lays in, but her body cavity, just the way she transitions, all that is very impressive. We like that female a good bit. And then you get the Cadillac. You get the one that just takes the pretty picture. You get the supermodel of the bunch. Is there enough there to switch them? Some would say yes. That's kind of our big discussion today is there enough mass in this one to beat one that massive and that good? Because she is pretty. She comes walking by and she maintains her balance and her top line and underline balance so good as she travels. It's just so eye appealing. She gets a touch more upright maybe in her shoulder, and that's where we're talking like if that one's shoulder's not perfect, is this one's? And we like both females. There's little nuances. We prefer the mass over the pretty in this particular lineup, but I'd take both of them home and be a very happy guy. Really nice set of heifers there.
Back on the Brangus side here, we're getting into these things. They're getting tougher and tougher. The quality just keeps getting better. Y'all keep bringing better ones at us, and it's got us having to knock heads and discuss harder and harder back here. But we keep landing together on similar ideas, at least here. But we'll talk through these things just a little bit. There's 4 really nice heifers out here. I'm not going to go too in depth, but when you step out here to the side, it's wow. This heifer that wins the first class is just so elegant and so attractive. She's pretty about her head. She's refined in that aspect. From the side, that one just, I mean, it just hits you, and you have to just almost fall in love with that one from the side. I'd like to change her a little bit. She's just a bit drier right there in her heart. I'd like to change her in her forerib a little bit and open her up in that aspect. But even when I pick on that right there, I'm not telling you that I think that's a flat kind of female. I think there's a lot of dimension and muscle mass there. I would just like to change her right behind her shoulder. Heifer out of the second class is just massive. She's big boned, she's big footed, she's powerful. There's a lot of that one. And I mean, she just wins on weight per day of age and whatnot. But that thing just, there's so much of her, and she puts it into an awesome package, and she moves good enough when you set her into motion. I know this one's getting closer to calf, and it looks like he's struggling out here trying to keep this one pulled around. But when she gets going, the best she has moved for us so far is when she headed out the ring, and I know this thing can come out here fluently and meet her track and do it right. Second out of that second class is really attractive, high quality kind of female, good on her feet and legs. We really liked her. But when we get out here and try to start picking these things apart, we try to decide what kind we're going to run with. And it's hard to do that, but at the end of the day, you got to pick a kind and you got to stick with it. And for us today, the young man out of the second class is going to have your champion. We're going to go back to the first class for your reserve.
Results out of your yearling heifer division. Champion exhibited by Luke Kirk Cattle of Waco, Texas, and reserve champion exhibited by Clevie Allen of Crockett, Texas. We're now going to welcome in those 2 single entries. We'll select a yearling in our red Brangus division.
I hate to keep interrupting the good music we got going. Someone's playlist is pretty nice, but we have a pair of red Brangus females here that, again, are different in their type and kind, but I like both of the females that we have out here before us. The one that wins this particular class, we kind of find ourselves landing in the red show on this type and kind. Boxy, square, a lot of depth of body, a lot of width in our center body, and then kind of elegant and ladylike through our front 1/3. She's not the longest necked, but she's feminine about her feature, and I think that's really where she excels the one behind her, because we have a lot of structural integrity and stoutness like our class winner in our second place. It's just kind of how we put those things together and then maintain that ladylike look through our front 1/3. The heifer in second, we love the length of body. We love the added power. She's still very long strided to be as powerful as she is. It's the cresty neck, the feature about her head, just a touch more terminal in look than ideal, but a very good breeding piece in that female.
Pair here in the black show. Very elegant kind of female, attractive up front, really nice to look at from the side. I'd like to change her just a little bit there in her bag, even her out in all 4 quarters a little bit, and add just a little bit of mass to her as well. But for as refined as she is about her head and neck, really like to change her in her teat placement just a little bit. But she's doing a really good job with this first calf, and we can't wait to see them back out here for this drive here in just a minute.
for taking up too much of y'all's time. We need to get rolling on this, but we've enjoyed the collaboration on putting these together. And I tell you what, we couldn't be more excited with the lineup that we have. They walked in, we looked at each other like, man, they are good. And you can't go wrong in this situation when all of them are so right. And as breeders, y'all need to be commended, because in my mind, we're looking at studying, evaluating, and y'all are breeding the most versatile breed in the world. Where can't they go and be successful? Where can't they go and thrive? There's so many attributes that our industry needs that this breed done right can give it. And so it's an absolute honor to be the one out here sorting them. And it's an absolute honor to be in front of this type of quality. Like I said, it's hard to go wrong when all your answers are so right. For me, I'm going to for my partner here, we're going to go in the order that they just hit us the hardest, and the ones that we would take home first. And we think that both of the females that we're going to select not only are just elite for today, but they're going to have a lasting impact in herds and in this breed. So without any further ado, it's been an absolute honor. We're going to give you a couple champions.
Well, congratulations, Black Brangus female here at the Cattleman's Congress, exhibited by GKB Cattle of Desdemona, Texas. That's GKB Starstruck 924N2. Grand champion Black Brangus female, exhibited by Luke Kirk Cattle of Waco, Texas. That's Rafter L. Ray J 157M. We'll now bring in all of those division champion reserves out of your Red Brangus show.
Brangus side, we're out here in this grand drive. We're going to get you a champion and reserve. Colton and I keep going back and forth a little bit, but I think we're pretty confident where we're going to land. We've really enjoyed getting through this show. It's been very high quality, so many different shapes and sizes, but then we get out here all the way through this steel, class after class, and we like the way these things come together. There's almost a type and kind that we've been able to find and then bring out here, put these 4 divisions together, and we're really confident in what we're seeing and trying to do out here. But these cattle have been very functional, good bodied, good structured. They're attractive. These 4 division champions for us have just put the most good things together with the least amount of flaw. And for us, there is one individual that does stand out. We're going to go pick her for you, and then we're going to take another look at all these and for a reserve. But really, really exceptional red show, and we've really enjoyed getting to sort through these things.
Grand champion Red Brangus female exhibited by Tahoe Ranch with Tahoe Miss Majestic 23 M5. Reserve Grand Champion exhibited by Bo Scasta of Maybank, Texas. That's Trios Ed Bo Nor 702. Congratulations once again to all of our Brangus female exhibitors. We'll get started with the Ultra Black and Ultra Red female show.
A really nice trio of heifers here, and we start with one that is elite in her look. She's captivating in her presence. She's long-sided. She's heavy-muscled. She's extremely sound and athletic to boot. One that isn't the deepest bodied in the class, but we love the turn to her rib cage. A very, very nice heifer. Cool place to start. I love the just basic build of our second place one that we find in second. Square, deep, balanced, very sound on her feet and legs, moderate and easy fleshing. We just get a touch more refined in our structure in relation to our class winner, and we're not quite as opened up and bold and powerful, but man, that is a very nice female. And the one that winds up in third, we get a little more added performance and length. We just don't quite travel as athletically and don't have quite the balance and presence of the two ahead of her.
On the Brangus side, this class of two, they're polar opposites. There's a lot of differences between these heifers, but I think their quality is matched. This one we're going to go ahead and start off with. She's just kind of the most complete, the best package. I like that one the best from the side. She's built correct from the ground up, still soft-bodied, soft in the center portion of her rib cage. Still attractive about her front one third, and there's plenty to that heifer. Just kind of puts it all together best for us. That's not to take away at all from the heifer in second, because that's a very sound, structured, functional type of female that's just a bit different in her kind. For me, she's just a rib too long. I don't like them short back, but if we could just shorten that one up just a little bit, I think it'd make her a bit softer in her body, from her forward rib back to her flank, and then she'd silhouette differently out here and just balance up a little better. But a really, really nice class of heifers right there, and we can't wait to see them back in the drive.
Out of Class 7 in the red female show, first place exhibited by J&L Cattle Services.
We have a nice class here and a very nice class winner. This one is very correct in her proportions and balance. Her structural integrity is comfortable and just nice. She's not out of bounds in any one area. Heifer that offers you no problems but offers you a ton of good, a ton of quality. That's kind of where we want to be. Congratulations to you. The next pair of heifers I think match up very similarly in type and kind. I will say the heifer in third offers us a bigger foot and bone, but we kind of prefer all the little nuances of our second place one over the one in third. I like the way this one carries her spine. I like how elegant and feminine she is through her front one third. She maintains a great deal of balance as you ask her to get out and travel and go, and that's what puts her in this second hole. She just gives up a little performance and foot and bone size to the one that wins the class. Moderate, easy fleshing, big-bodied, and heavily muscled like the one right in front of her, and we have that big foot and bone, and we like that. I just would think that the one right in front of her is a little more athletic on the go, a little more feminine through the top of her neck and through the feature of her face. Love the design of this young man's in fourth. I love the performance that this heifer offers us. She's just a little caved up maybe. You study her through the front part of her skeleton, especially down low. She just wants to get a little concave. And a heifer that could be a little softer in the center part of her body. I like the body shape and the moderation that we find in the heifer that rounds out the class. We just run out of performance in this particular female and in this class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
On the Brangus side, we get into this first division of the Ultras, and we come out with a couple of single entries. We'll talk through those fast. Young lady coming to circle around here has got a really nice heifer. Very extended, very attractive, elegant, refined about her head and neck. She's functional. She's you get her set into motion. That one's just going to need more days on feed, but I think that young lady's got a very nice project on her hands there. Get into that second class, this single entry. I know Colton and I have said a number of times as we've worked through these things today that it's crazy how much a hair coat can do, but boy, you got to really tie into this heifer from the side. Love her color, love her freshness of hair. I mean, she just kind of really jumps out there at you. She's got a lot of substance of body and mass, and you really like that heifer, but if you get to studying on her, I'm going to be nitpicky. I'd like to see that one a little more fluid at the ground. She just needs to be a little more comfortable right there in her ankles and whatnot, and she gets a little closed up underneath. Third class, this is one that just really hits you hard when you get out here beside them. That thing's as long-necked and attractive about her front 1/3 as anything out here. Her neck ties higher out of the top side of a very smooth shoulder, and she feeds back into a nice, shapely body capacity. She's not the softest or the soggiest, but she's right in the shape, and we like the mass and dimension of that one. Very, very attractive kind of female. Moving back into the older two classes, you've got one that's got the ruggedness, the bone, the power. Got a lot of feature in this one out of your fourth class. She's big pin, big hip. Really, really like her hip and hind leg, not only on the move, but when you set her into motion. Just a lot of really good feature and pieces out of this fourth class. Then we get into the fifth class. It's got one that's just really complete. She's put together right. She might not have all the ESTs, but she does put this together in a very nice package. And when you get out here and you start to evaluate all these things and pick them apart and try to find the holes and all the extra feature, we land on trying to decide that you've got to just find the best package and the one that puts the most good together. And that one for us is going to come out of your fifth class. She'll be your division champion, and we're going to go ahead and follow her up with the heifer out of the fourth class to be your reserve.
Results out of your junior heifer calf division here in the Ultra Show. Champion exhibited by Emily Jackson of Gentry, Arkansas, with JJMS first class 3227N, and reserve champion was exhibited by Broxton Davis of Crockett, Texas. Back over in the Brahman ring,
An interesting class of females. We don't have one that we would say just fits into that perfect box of perfection in terms of balance, proportions, and size. But man, this one, where she fits outside of that box is pretty neat. You talk about a shapely, neat design, high presence female is what we have to win this class. She's a high performing one with a little extra length of body. She's round ribbed, she's big muscled, and then she's big time in her look and her presence. And she does all those things while maintaining some structural integrity, and we appreciate that. The heifer that comes in second, she is the cowy kind. I really like her for her depth of flank, for her fleshing ability, for her flexibility. We just get out horsed a little bit in relation to that one that's right in front of her. We get a little chesty. The one that comes in third, really love her design. She's just a nice little cow, just gets a little bit outpowered in relation to those two that are ahead of her, but basic and fundamentally sound.
Get out here in this division. We've got a single entry brought to us now that we haven't seen yet. We'll just talk through these things real fast. Colton told you about this first class here and this class winner and how we just decided to land on that one and thought she was as close to what we were trying to put together as we could. That one's stout featured. She's got a lot of extras. She was the best looking in that class, is still being big boned and sound and functional enough. She was the most powerful, the biggest pin, the biggest back. We like a lot of the ESTs that did go there and decided that she did just come the closest to putting the package together for us. Then the young lady brings us this single entry out here. That one gets going and just moves really, really good. She's built right from the ground up. Big square-footed, soft at her pasterns in a good way. Really like how functional and attractive yet comfortable that one moves around the ring. Good bodied, good structured, good looking kind of female. We went back and forth in that first class trying to decide if that one's pieces were put together in a smooth enough, comfortable enough package for us, and we get back out here, and I think we both decided that even more so we decide not. And we're going to go ahead and use this single entry as your division champion. We just like the package that one puts together, smooth, functional kind of form, and then we're going to follow her up with the heifer that wins the first class out here.
Well, congratulations, your senior heifer calf champion, exhibited by Carly Taylor with OCR Mamma Mia 948M, and reserve champion coming out of class 9, exhibited by Wyla Hune. We're now going to welcome in class 13.
I'd say as close to challenging as a pair as we've had today, just because of the differences in type, but not so much difference in quality. I just think that the structural integrity and build and proportions of our class winner is just too spot on. There's not much you want to change. I love her size. I love how she balances up. I like how athletic she is as you ask her to get out and go. And then to have one to look up at you and have the presence that she does is very impressive. Is she as stout as the heifer behind her? No. Is she void of any power? No. So that's why she stays right where she's at. The one that comes in too, she comes to us with more mass, more inner dimension, and I'd readily admit that. She's one that just doesn't blend together quite as good, especially there in her shoulder. We like to lay that in a little bit more ladylike, and then as she gets out and goes, not to be any more sound, but just more fluid and athletic. Nice pair of females. Congratulations to these two exhibitors.
we've got some give and take. You know, as we continue to pick these two class winners apart once we get this single entry out here, the truth is that they are very similar in type and kind. Those are very attractive kind of females. Let's go ahead and just break them up, and we'll talk about this single entry just because we haven't yet. That's a sound, good-footed, good-boned, big-bodied, burly kind of a female. She's massive about the center portion of her rib, and she's massive all the way out of her pin set. There's a lot of that one. If I'm going to get extra critical on that one, I would like to change a couple things ideally. For as massive as she is up high, I'd like to see her stand on a bigger foot. Her bone's fine. I'd like to see her feet just a little bigger. Clean her up in her chest floor, and honestly, give her just a little bit of cannon. But that's being awful nitpicky on one that was more than definitely fed and got ready for this show because she's at 12 o'clock. Going back to the heifer that won that first class, she just really hits you from the side. She's really good on her feet and legs. You really appreciate that one's attractiveness and quality from the side, not only when she's standing there and that young lady gets her set like that, but when she gets set into motion, she's so fluent when she gets out and goes. There's a lot of questions back and forth between the two. We've gone back and forth. I think we are going to be confident in our decision, and we're going to go out here and get you a champion. We'll out of your single entry, out of your second class will be your champion, and the young lady circling out here out of your first class will be your reserve.
Well, congratulations in the Ultra Ring, your summer champion heifer, exhibited by Tracy Middleton of Prairie, Tennessee, with MC Bada Bing 628M7, and reserve champion will go to Carly Taylor of Lakeland, Florida.
We have a single entry for this division, but man, she holds her own for it. I really like her size. I like the power that she has up high and how she carries it down low whenever you study her through her lower quarter there. She balances up extremely well, particularly in her underline. She's one that maintains a high degree of femininity through her front 1/3 and feature of her head and neck for one that's stout and powerful. She'll be fun to see in the lineup. Thank you for bringing her out.
taking so long out here. We're just knocking heads a little bit and trying to make sure we get this thing right, because that is the one thing we definitely set a goal for when we started, was trying to get these things right. And the longer we spend out here, the more that I decide that these are just really good. These cattle are really good. They're good at the ground. They're good at their feet and legs. They're functional. They're not all the same kind. They're not all the same type. There's a lot of give and take. But I think these things for certain are really good. And we really appreciate the quality that you guys have brought us, and we appreciate what these things look like, how they move, the substance, the bone. It's been a really good lineup. And that's why it takes a little bit of give and take and trying to figure out how to do this. But I think we've landed on what we think is the smartest solution. I'm not going to go back through and talk each one of these things. You've heard us talk enough, and I'm sure y'all are ready to get this thing on. So I think Colton will go out here and get you a champion in reserve, and just want to reiterate, these things are really good, and we'll go get you a champion.
Your grand champion ultra female, exhibited by Tracy Middleton of Puryear, Tennessee, with Mick Bonabing 628 M7. And reserve champion, and congratulations, goes to Emily Jackson of Gentry, Arkansas, with JJ Miss First Class 3227N.
A nice pair of bulls to start out our Brangus show, and definitely different types and types within the breed, and not saying one's wrong and one's right, but the cleaner made, cleaner pattern bull is one that I love him for his pattern, his design, and then to be a pretty pattern bull, man, he's burly and stout. That one has a lot of dimension, a lot of internal width, and then so sharp pattern and attractive, very interesting breeding piece there. We get a bigger footed bull here in second, looser hided bull. Well, I like how up-headed he is. I like his length of body. I just like some more genuine stoutness and volume in that one in relation to our class winner.
Of Brangus Bulls, first place exhibited by Origins Ranch of Somerville, Texas. That's Origins Candyman 302N6. Second place will go to K&L Brangus of Floresville, Texas.
I mean, we couldn't have two more polar opposite class winners, and Colton and I are going back and forth trying to figure this out and get this right. But both bulls in their own right are really good on their feet and legs. They're both sound. They move right. They're so much different in not only their character, but a couple of different features that they bring. This bull out of the first class, really upheaded, extended, very attractive, very smooth. Prefer that bull from forerib to flank. He's got the extra turn to the lower third of his center body. Like that one, really good at the ground. He's square-footed, good-footed. He gives up a little bone. I'd like to see him stand on some more feature. I'd like to see him just a little bit square out of his hip. But that's a really nice, good package, smooth, good-looking kind of bull. Bull out of the second class come to us as a single entry. He is your ST's, the bigger footed, the bigger boned, the stouter featured kind of bull. He's probably a frame scorer. He's upheaded, he's attractive. He is more profound in his character because I have no other way of saying that, but a bit more of that type and kind. He carries the characteristics more than the bull out of the first class. Like to change him down low in his underline just a little bit, but other than that, that's getting pretty picky, and I'd like to change him just a little bit on his feet. But two bulls that keep going back and forth on, but we're going to go out here and get you a champion using the single entry out of the second class, and we're going to go back for reserve with the first class.
Well, congratulations in the Brahman ring. Your grand champion, Red Brahman female, exhibited by MP Brangus of Waco, Texas. Reserve champion will go to Origins Ranch of Somerville, Texas.
This trio of bulls on the red Brangus side comes to us with two really nice ones and one that I think just takes the cake, especially in a show ring setting. You talk about big feature, up-headed, good-looking, big, robust rib cage and an ample amount of muscle that doesn't bind him up in any way. We think that this one is really, really nice. Is he perfect? No. We would like to change his sheath. It's a little heavy and a little pendulous. Just imagining him on a set of cows and getting them all settled, that's worrisome. That's also speculation. But a very good bull, very nice build, really nice place to start this class. The bull that's in second, moderate, square built, deep sided, has some internal dimension, really solid. Not many holes. He's just a little smaller frame, a little smaller bone than the bull that's ahead of him, but a bull that can make the right kind. I'm really pumped up that he came in. Whenever these two bulls walked in, I said, man, I'm glad that they showed up. There's two high quality individuals. The bull that's in third, the most ideal in the class of his sheath size and shape and the angle to it, one that is long-sided, he's athletic, a bull that's going to be a good breeding bull, just gives up a little bit of mass in relation to those two ahead of him.
Back over on our Red Bull side, we get into this division. I'll just talk through them real quick. The young bull's really attractive, good built, good moving when we set him out in motion. Very nice from the side. Like to just stouten that one up just a little bit at the ground, give him a little more mass. Stepping behind him, he gets just a little narrower pin and off in his hip, but a very, very nice class winner there. The second bull, he's massive, stout, good-bodied, very functional in his kind, good down in the lower third of his center body. He is a more massive kind of one that's more mature about his head and neck, goes along with age. Just like to stouten him up at the ground and put a little more foot and bone underneath him. The third class is kind of tricky. That bull is up-headed. He's attractive. He's one that you're really tied to standing here looking at him from the side. But when we set him in motion, I'd like to change him at the ground, right his knee, and just the way that he gets out and goes, not quite as fluent as either the bulls on either side of him. Then we get into the class of the oldest bulls, that pair that we just got done talking, and you've got a really attractive bull that hits you hard. He's big-bodied, he's stout-featured, he's good-muscled, he does a lot of really good things and puts it together in a really nice package. A really good set of bulls here in this first division of Reds. We're going to go ahead and keep the first and second out of that last class together for your champion in reserve.
Well, congratulations, your champion junior bull calf over here in the Brangus ring. We'll go to back number 3617. That's BAR Nakona 204N, exhibited by Broken A Ranch. Reserve champion, we'll go to Jessica Maxwell.
Brangus folks, we can't let the Brahmin side out woohoo us. We got a division here, and we got two very nice bulls. The younger bull here is one that is very, very correct. You talk about proportions and balance, comfort in the way he's built, but also being rugged and masculine. Those are some things that we like. Is he going to be the biggest bull in the world? No. But, man, he is so nice. The angle and size to his sheath is good. There's just a lot of good in that calf that I think he has a bright, bright future. There's pieces of this one that really intrigue me. You want one that has a lot of shape and turn and expression. You want one that's big topped and really unique looking, especially through his front 1/3. You can tie into this one here. He's one that we'd like to make him maybe a touch more comfortable and athletic at the ground as he gets out and goes. Two very nice bulls. Your champion's going to be the younger one, followed by the longer body bull for reserve.
Well, congratulations, your bull calf champion, exhibited by Emily Jackson of Gentry, Arkansas. Reserve champion will go to Champions Valley. We're now going to welcome in Class 39 to the Brangus ring.
On the Brangus side, another really nice class of reds. Two bulls that both have their place in this world, that both very good in their own right. But today in the show ring, we're going to go ahead and side with this young ladies out front and keep them the way they came in here. We just like the extra feature underneath, the size of foot and bone. He is the more attractive bull that is better balanced. Not only is he more extended, but he's a little better from forerib back to flank, and I like the turn to the bottom side of the center portion of his rib. That bull in second, he's long-bodied, he's extended, he moves really good when we set him into motion. He's going to work really well when he's set out to be put on a group of cows. I'd just like to stouten up his bone work a little bit and give him a little more center portion to his body, but a very, very nice set of bulls.
Results out of class 39, first place, exhibited by Broken, a ranch of Madisonville, Texas. Second place go to Ship in
I got to be real careful how I talk this one. There was one of my biggest influences and mentors, Mr. Jim Williams, and he's a guy that not only do I respect a lot in this industry, but he said, when you're talking these bulls, there's somebody out there that is in love with that one that you just put third or put last, and he's got use, and he's going to be used in some guy's herds. You better watch how you talk to them, and this class is a perfect representative of that, because if you tie into this bull and you think that he's what your cow herd needs, then you absolutely don't need what these two have to offer. All of these bulls are very different and very good in their own right, and so unfortunately it's our job today to have to talk them and have to sort them. We land on a bull that is kind of a combination bull, one that we think that fits in the breed very nicely for one that can do a lot of things. Make show cattle, make real world cattle. He's square built, he's deep bodied, he has some internal dimension. I would like to see just a touch more grow, performance, length in him. He's just a touch jammed up, but he's still very good balanced, very correct built. He's correct in his sheath, a very nice bull. You get a little bit more typey whenever you get into our second place bull. My grandpa would probably kick me in the shin if he knew that I didn't use this bull to win the class, because in his mind, if he said, you got a race to get your first 50 cows bred, that's the bull that you turn out, and I guarantee you he's going to do it. Now, being typey, he's a little thinner hided, tighter hided, a little bit more frail in bone work in relation to the one that's right in front of him. So that's where we're a little teetering, because you talk about a bold sprung, shapely bull that's very neat in the way he balances up and blends everything together. There's a lot of good use in that bull. He's just a certain type, and if you need that, if that complements what you're doing, then I don't know if there's much better bulls of that type that we're going to find today. Very good bull right there. And the one that comes in third, he's the bull of the woods of the group. It don't take you 0.2 seconds to know that there's a man that just walked in. That is a stout Brian Urlacher, bull-headed, bull-footed, masculine dude. He's a little wasty in his underline from his prepuce to his sack there, and he's one that just doesn't handle that rear two very athletically. That's what leaves him third today. Really like our class of bulls. I think they're very useful. Thank y'all for bringing them to us.
Brangus side, we get into this division of Red Bulls, and there's a lot of give and take again. Kind of like Colton said, I'm going to reiterate, you don't want to talk these things wrong, because the bull that'll get beat out here will also get used one of these days, and he may make somebody look really smart, and it might not be us standing out here sorting these deals. So I know that every one of these things has their place in the world, and we're just going to kind of hit a couple little details, talk through them fast, and get you a champion. But we'll start with this first class. I mean, that bull's just got so much extra feature. He's up-headed. He's pretty. That's probably the show bull of the bunch. In a way, you could also call him the combination bull. He's a best in his center body. He's good in his sheath. He's good at the ground, and he's really attractive from the side. I almost wonder if there's quite enough to him when we step in there behind him, but there probably is, and that's probably being really nitpicky on a very high-quality individual. You get back into one that's probably stouter at the ground. His feet are bigger. They possibly square, but he's got more feature. He is a little lower slung when you tie his neck into the top side of his shoulder. He doesn't quite wow you just as much from the side, but there's a lot of mass, a lot of power, a lot of product right there, and you really like that one's substance from forerib to flank. It's a toss-up to some people. Colton and I go back and forth on these things, but today we're going to go ahead and go with the combination show bull out of the first class, and then we're going to follow him with this bull that comes out of your second class.
Well, congratulations to Senior Bull Calf Champion, exhibited by Broken A Ranch. Reserve Champion will go to Union Ranch.
This young lady brings us a bull in this division that, man, he is unique. He's different. He's offers you pieces that you just don't find in all of them. He's one that's really expressive in his muscle type and in his muscle pattern, but it doesn't bind him up. He still moves out and is athletic. He's good in his angles. He's a moderate frame bull, but he still has some length. He's not a compact little toad. He's got some length and some product to him. Just very intriguing bull. We're happy to have him out here, and we'll see him again in the big drive.
Single entry here in the red division, and a really nice bull. It could really stand some competition out here. He's stout, he's powerful, he's rugged, he's good on the move. There's a lot of use for this one in the world. There's just not a lot of big holes, but I'll say the one thing that we would change is to go ahead and give him some competition, and we'll get him back out here in a minute in the drive and see how he stacks up with the rest of them.
We get a pair of bulls in this black division that are elite in some of the things that they bring to the table. In my football background, I correlate a lot of things that way. In my mind, we have a tight end and a linebacker. We have a tight end that's big in his posture. He's strong in his physique. He's one that's trim. And then we have one that's a little more hunkered down and stout, but still athletic. Two different types. The design of this bull, particularly on the standstill, the way he balances up is very unique for one that's as stout structured as he is, and we really like that about him. Set him in motion. I would like to see a touch more athleticism to be ideal for me. I would like to see just a touch more softness in the center part of his body. But man, as a breeding piece, there's a lot of unique going on right there. And then the more moderate frame bull, he offers us that center body that we asked for in the other one. He's very dense and bold in his muscle type and his pattern, but it doesn't bind him up. He still reaches out and he's athletic. He's fundamentally sound. I love his sheath. These two bulls are extremely useful. Again, different type and kinds. We're going to go champion with the slicker-haired bull and reserve with the bigger bull.
Well, congratulations. Your champion yearling bull over in the Brangus ring goes to MP Brangus of Waco, Texas with MP Electric 804M13. Reserve champion exhibited by GKB Cattle, Desdemona, Texas.
We've got another single entry Red Bull here. It's good in his type and kind, very useful when set to real world. He's good looking from the side, up-headed, yet even with that said, his character still goes well with how attractive that bull is. His neck ties high on the top side of a smooth shoulder, and he's good down into his underline and good in his sheath. I'd like to change that bull at the ground, give him a little more feature, a little stouter foot, a little stouter bone if we're going to get real nitpicky, and then we set him into motion. He's a little straighter out of his front end, and I'd like to see him just a little more fluent. He uses his hock when he gets going, but a very, very nice bull, and we'll see him back out here in the division.
Champion bull over here in the Brangus ring, exhibited by Villa Ranch of Brookshire, Texas. We'll now welcome in Class 53.
A really nice pair of useful bulls here, and the one that we're going to land on to win this class is hits me pretty hard as far as just being very correct. That bull's a good size. He's got some muscle. He's got some athleticism. He's clean in his lines and in his character, but he's still very athletic, masculine bull. Just a very nice, solid bull that it's hard to pick a hole in. The one that comes in second, a bigger kind of bull. He's got a lot of length of body. He's deceptive in the amount of muscle that he has. He's got a full, deep, soft kind of muscle. Really long, attractive, athletic kind of bull. Just really appreciate his smoothness. He's just not quite as balanced and square in his build and as kind as our class winner, but very useful in his own right. Congratulations to these two exhibitors.
We get into this division of Red Bulls and really, really high quality 3 out here to represent the breed. This single entry comes to us that we haven't seen yet. Man, just a really, really nice bull, up-headed, attractive, good looking from the side, yet you can get in behind that one, and he stands on a big substance, a foot and he's stout enough, and there's enough mass, powerful kind of bull with a lot of use in this world, still gets out and goes with really correct on his feet and legs, and just really, really nice bull. And Colton just talked this class that we just had in the ring, just a good real world meat and muscle kind of a meat and potatoes kind of bull here. He's going to work when you set him out on a set of cows, and he moves good, big muscled, stout featured, very, very nice bull. We're going to opt with going with a little more of a combination type deal out of this single entry class. We're going to use him for the division champion, and we're going to come back to your Class 2 class winner for reserve.
Well, congratulations over here in the Brangus ring. Your champion senior bull in our red division goes to Tahoe Ranch of Waxahachie, Texas, with Tahoe Ghost Pepper 204L. Reserve champion and congratulations goes to Jessica Maxwell, Ponder, Texas. We're now going to bring in all of those division champion and reserves for the Black Brangus Bull Show.
All right, well, thank you all for hanging with us on the Brangus side. We get to the Black Bull Drive, and it is good. The numbers weren't big, but the quality was. We're real happy with what we have out here, and that's a testament to you breeders who have brought them. We look at the calf, and that's one that you love his design. That type of silhouette, that type of presence, and the way he proportions out, that's what we're finding in our female show, something we really tied into. We can see a place for him. The bull out of Class 2 is one that just fundamentally rock solid. You study that one from the ground up. He's burly, he's comfortable, he's stout, he's easy fleshing. He is on the more moderate side. He's never going to be a big bull, but what he does and what he is, he's very, very good at. Clean sheath, good breed character, good muscle that doesn't bind him up. We like that one a good deal. You have a unique breeding piece that this young lady should be proud of out of Class 3. You want to talk about just a captivating look and presence, one that still is fundamentally right because he can get out and go at the ground. He's long strided, he's expressive in his muscle, he's bold in his rib cage. Is he perfect the way he ties everything together? No, but that's also part of his uniqueness. I just think there's a place for that bull. And then you get to the oldest class here, and our class winner there is just about as right as you'd want one in terms of size, in terms of masculinity, in just the nuts and bolts of what make bovine and cattle good. He's good at them. I like his breed character, his sheath, his proportions, his balance. He's very comfortable in his skeleton for a chunky, massive one. And so that's a unique bull that we are honored to be able to sort for you today. Without any further ado, it's our honor and duty to go give you a couple champions. We'll go to select them. Y'all give them a round of applause.
Your grand champion, Black Brangus Bull, here at the Cattleman's Congress, exhibited by MP Brangus of Waco, Texas. That's MP Electric 804M13.
As we bring the second place big bull in here, he's one that you just have to appreciate how you can imagine that this one could generate the types of cows he could breed and change. He does a lot of things very uniquely well. In this show ring setting, there's a couple nuances that we'd like to change. And really for us, I think if we were going to stick to a type and kind and something that we've been doing and looking for as we come out here, there's a bull that fits us a little better in terms of one that kind of fits our champion, and that's going to be the young lady's bull out of Class 2. Congratulations.
Champion Black Brangus Bull was exhibited by Emily Jackson, Gentry, Arkansas, with JJ Big Casino 331M. At this time, our judges will select their Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Red Brangus Bulls.
Brangus side, and I mean, there's a lot of talking points to every one of these bulls, but we're going to go ahead and make it quick. I mean, this calf out of the first division, he's got all the feature and look in the world. He's very attractive from the side. I mean, you just can't hardly paint a picture prettier than that one. I mean, he puts a lot of good things together. Change him a little bit. You could make him just a little longer backed, and you could make him use his hip and hind leg just a little different as he gets out and goes. Use it with a little more authority. We'd like to see that. Bull out of the second division's a long-bodied, level-hip, good-looking kind of bull. He's pretty good at the ground. We'd like to add a little bit of feature and bone right there at the ground, stouten him up, make him a little bit bigger-footed, just to make him compare a little better to bull on either side of him. But very nice, useful bull in the long run. You get into the third division with a very complete, compact, good package of a kind of bull. He's smooth, he's soft-bodied, he's good moving, and he's still stout and powerful enough to say that he's got generating potential when you turn him out on a group of cows in the future. Very, very nice, solid kind of bull right there. Bull out of the fourth division, standing here alone, is another nice kind. We'd like to change him at the ground a little bit, make him a little more fluent in his stride. But that's a really nice, good-bodied, smooth-made, attractive kind of a bull that's got a place in this world. Just needs a little more feature and needs to move just a little different out of this set of bulls to get to, if we're going to be really nitpicky on that. Then you get into the big bull, and there's a lot of ESTs here, but without going too far into it, that thing's long-bodied, level-hipped, square-made, big-footed. He still moves right. When you get off beside him, it's an attractive kind of bull that just really puts a lot of good things together. If you really want to change him, he could be just a little softer, forerib back to flank in correlation to his chest floor. But that's being really nitpicky on a very, very nice, high-quality bull. This red division's really good. We're going to go out there and get you a champion and reserve and get this wrapped up. Thank you.
Your Grand Champion Red Brangus Bull, exhibited by Tahoe Ranch of Waxahachie, Texas, with Tahoe Ghost Pepper 204L9. Reserve Champion Red Brangus Bull, exhibited by Villa Ranch.
We start our ultra black division over here in a really nice pair of bulls to start the show, and we really like the one we land on to win. Just fundamentally sound, rugged, big-bodied, bold-sprung, high-capacity bull. I think that one just has a lot of good to him and not a lot of problems. Young man brought us a good one to start out this class. Captivating presence and look is how I describe the one that's in second. But with that, I think we give up a little bit of just true internal dimension and punch like we have in our class winner. But we do like our structural integrity and how pretty we are from the side.
Back over the Brahman ring, your senior yearling.
We get into this division of ultras and two very nice bulls in their own right. This bull that comes out first, he's very, very attractive about his front 1/3, refined there about his head and neck, very attractive. Good when you set him into motion, he's good at the ground. I'd like to change that one just a little bit there though and stouten up his bone work and give him just a little more feature there, make him a little softer from forerib back to flank, just give him just a shot of pin width if I could be picky. Then you get into this other bull, it's kind of the meat and potatoes, mass, power, bone, all the ESTs. We're going to get out here, we're going to use the second bull coming in for the division champion, and this bull right here that came in first for your reserve.
Well, congratulations, your champion senior bull calf over here in the Ultra Ring, exhibited by Jared Creasy of Metter, Georgia. That's MDR. Justify El Guido 192M12, and reserve champion congratulations will go to Origins Ranch. We're now going to bring in all of those division champion reserves. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion Ultra Bull.
We got a single entry division over here, and it's a bull that we really like. I think he's real proper in his size. I like his length and extension, but still you also can call him compact and stout. He's a very masculine bull with a pretty design to him, and we like that unique feature about him. He balances up extremely well. He's athletic as he gets out and goes. We'll see him in the drive here in a minute, but we like this one quite a bit. Congratulations to you.
side, we get into this grand drive of the Ultra Bulls, and man, this is just a really, really nice set of individuals out here. You got 5 really high quality bulls that not only work out here for us sorting through this show, but they're going to work when you get them into the real world. I think they're all very useful. This calf is very unique. He does a couple of things I like tremendously well. From chest back to sheath back to his cod sack, I think that bull's awesome. And his underline, he's attractive from the side. He has a presence about him. Yet you set him into motion. He's really good on his feet. And you step in behind him, there's still plenty of mass and power and dimension in that calf. Like him real good. In the division, this is a real meat and potatoes kind of bull. It's going to work awesome when you put him out on a set of cows. He's going to add weight, he's going to add pounds, he's going to add product. He's a real useful kind of bull when you get him in the real world. And then you've got a big bull that puts a lot of really, really neat, intriguing things together. He's attractive, up-headed, really like that thing about his head, neck, and shoulder and how extended yet high all that ties together. It's just really, really easy to tie into this one from the side. Yet he's massive back into his full rib and flank, and he comes stout out of a big square hip, and we really like that about him. There's a lot of give and take between these things, but I think Colton and I have come to a decision, and we're going to come out here and get you a grand and reserve of this division. It's been real fun to sort through these things.
Back over in the Ultra Ring, your champion Ultra Bull exhibited by Wyatt Lahune of Boona, Texas, with 7X Shot of Whiskey 80N Reserve Champion, exhibited by Madeline Nichols and Maxwell Cattle Company. That's MCC Lone Ranger 5561L. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We do have a few group classes to see here in the Brangus show before we wrap up in Arena 1. Back over in Arena 2, your intermediate champion
Thank you for joining us for Cattleman's Congress. This has been a Walton Webcasting production.